Well, it's finals time here in the Grand Palais, day 2 of the wheelchair fencing here at Paris 2024. And we have 4 more Paralympic champions to be crowned in this session. It's the foil weapon for both men and women competing in the bronze and the gold medal matches for categories A and category B. My name is Heather Fell, and I am joined by fencing expert Karen Bashir.
As it's time to bring up the curtain here in the Grand Palais. Fabulous bit of French flair to open every session.
Elle cumule 7 titres paralympiques au fleuret à l'épée de 1984 à 1996. Lui a été 3 fois champion paralympique par équipe au fleuret et au sabre en 1980 et 1984.
She won 7 Paralympic gold medals in foil and épée from 1984 to 1996. He's a 3-time Paralympic champion with Team France in foil and sabre, 1980 and 1984.
Merci d'accueillir.
Please welcome
Muriel Van de Capelle et Alain Cyclis.
Muriel Van de Capelle and Alain Cyclis being introduced to the crowd, enjoying their moments as they come with the coup de baton, ready to start proceedings here in the Grand Palais. This is the first time I've seen a double attempt at the coup de baton. We'll just watch and see how this unfolds. Well, that's very much a coordinated effort, not just between Muriel and Alain, but also with the sound system here in the Grand Palais. And it's a lovely bit of drama that is taken from the French theatre. And there's something very theatrical about this Grand Palais. And it has been the host to the fencing and the taekwondo at the Olympic Games, and then the para-taekwondo earlier on in these Paralympic Games, and now we're day 2 of the wheelchair fencing. And my goodness, it is a stunning venue for what is going to be another exciting session of wheelchair fencing.
Raucous athletes that have been here haven't experienced anything like this.
Sur la piste, 2 matchs pour la médaille de bronze fleuret homme catégorie B.
on final 2 piste, men's foil category B, bronze medal bout.
Vos arbitres.
The referee.
Eugene Cook.
Well, our first match we'll be focusing on is the men's foil category B bronze medal bout. Hu Jiaoling, People's Republic of China, on the right-hand side, waiting to be introduced to the crowd. He'll be facing Dmitry Serezenko in Ukraine. Who the silver medalist in this event from 3 years ago, and that's his route into here. So having to go through the repechage, both of these athletes having lost their semi-finals, have the opportunity to fence again to make it to this bronze medal point.
Bronze medal bout on final one piste.
Les arbitres.
The referees.
Gérald Cheng.
Reka Ballon.
Viradek Koutny.
Igor Otaegi.
Premier à nous rejoindre de la République de
Well, our head referee for this foil match, Yu Jin-kook, will be joined by video referee Sean Grundy and 2 assistant referees in Kobashi Yoshihiro and Sean Shumate.
l'Italie.
And her opponent representing Italy, Beatrice Maria Diograndis.
We have 2 showpiece, so here's the podium piece 2 that you'll hear, podium piece 1, sorry, you'll hear being introduced. We are focusing on this in front of us, podium piece 2. And once the introductions are complete, it'll be time for the volunteers to get to work and fix the wheelchairs into position. And you can see the piece marked out there. Now the mounting that the wheelchairs are then fixed to isn't fixed to the piste, and sometimes, more so in category A competitions, you see that moving considerably up and down the piste and often has to be reset midway. And after an introduction, it looks as though fencers might actually need to be on the opposite sides. Well, this does take a little bit of time sometimes in wheelchair fencing, and it's been a long day for these fencers. I mean, going through the repechage, potential 5th match for these 2 here.
Yeah, extra fight, of course, and the reason they swap sides is because the order of play is who is first on the list, so should go to the right of the referee, and that's what they've set up here. Good for us because we get an open view of them. Yeah, so long day. I'm going through the repechage, yes. Definitely a longer route to the medal match. You have to have one more fight. But these guys got through to the semi-finals, as you said, Heather, and that just meant 1 extra fight for them rather than multiple fights, because you get the repechage opportunity, the life, from the round of 16. So if you go out in the 16, you've potentially got 4 repechage fights to get to this medal match. Didn't happen for anyone today in this category. If you're new to foil fencing, it does give us the opportunity to talk about what these guys have to do. The target area is the torso, everything apart from the arms, legs and head, although the bib of the mask is now part of the valid target area. It's a weapon of convention, and that means that the referee decides who has the priority in the final action. Basically, who's the attacking fencer. If you're being attacked, you have 2 options. Well, you've got 3 options. Get hit, that's not the one you really want. There's 2 good options, though. You use distance, you lean back in your chair and make the attack miss, or you parry with your blade, you block with your blade, and then it's your turn to attack. There are counter-attacks, but we'll get into those when we see them. But that essentially is what the referee is there for, to decide who has the right of way.
That will be why it's just so important, the role of the referees. Yu Jin-kook we saw introduced earlier, and he does have that sort of backup of the video referee and obviously the video itself, and the athletes can ask for that. They'll have 2 requests, so to speak. That's if those requests are used up, so if the referee's decision stays. But obviously if the referee then changes their decision and agrees with the athlete, they keep their 2 appeals. And I'm sure when it comes to a bronze medal at stake, we'll see that request a few times. it can be that difficult tactic, can't it, when you're getting towards the end and you don't. Do you risk it? And we do sometimes see the athletes even looking to their coaches to sort of say, do you really think that I should challenge that?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, they do look to the coach, and sometimes they disagree with the coach. And the coach is saying video, video, video. And they go, no, I don't want to waste it now. I'm not entirely sure I'm going to get that one. But as you mentioned, a long day, and so we might see the referees going to the video of their own volition a little bit more than we're used to, just to make sure. It's a Paralympic medal up for grabs here, so they need to make sure they're giving the right decisions.
Yes, it's not just the athletes that are in a pressured situation here, and all eyes on that centre stage in the Grand Palais. It has been an incredible venue for hosting the Olympics and the Paralympics. Had the triathlon event happening just outside on the Pont Alexandre 3 bridge, pretty much going around the Grand Palais. Paris has really used its landmarks to let the Olympics and the Paralympics shine, and this venue is really a prime example of that. Karen, maybe you could just explain what we're seeing here.
So the shorter fencer sets the distance. The fencer with the shortest reach is the one that sets the distance for the fight, and the frame itself is a retractable frame. You can see the little crankshaft that the volunteer is moving according to what the referee is saying, and this is to set the distance for the fight that will remain throughout this fight, and each fight has the distance set. So as we go through this session, we'll see that volunteer out there, the pit crew, as I've dubbed them today.
Well, I think by the end of these Paralympic Games they will be as slick as a Formula One pit crew. And that's also the equipment that needs to be tested once the positions are set. And then the all-important saluting of the referee, the crowd, and your opponent. Once the mask goes on, the competition is ready to begin. This, the men's foil category B bronze medal match. So just to remind you, it is Hu Jialing representing the People's Republic of China on the left. And then we've got Dmitry Tereshchenko, Ukraine, on the right, competing in his first Paralympic Games up against 7-time gold medalist Hu. And if you are new to wheelchair fencing or fencing in general, it follows the same rules, first to 15. And you can see that clock in the middle. Once that ticks down, 3 minutes allowed, there will be a 1-minute break, unless the fight has already been completed in that time, which is less usual in foil.
Yeah, it sure is. But we've seen a number of times today fencers getting up to 8 points within the first 3 minutes, and they will take a break then. So give you an indication. I've seen a number of fights today that have gone to that, where you get to 8 hits within. I saw one today that was 8 hits within 11 seconds, which was incredible. And that was all over pretty quickly. But they had a minute break once fencer gets to 8. Doesn't always happen. But a great start from Tereshchenko. He's sitting back, using that back arm as his lever to rock back and forth. Cat B athletes have lesser trunk mobility, so their core strength not quite as good, and they'll have some impairment with the lower limbs as well. So the movement's not, as you said earlier on, the movement's not as much as in Cat A.
It's still quite incredible, though, the movement that they do manage, and you'll see they're holding on to that fixture on their wheelchair. These are bespoke fencing wheelchairs, obviously, and they are using very much a push and pull with that back arm to be able to manage this distance. And fencing is so much about distance, but when it comes to wheelchair, you're already starting at that closer distance, which means there's so much less of a margin for error.
Yeah, there's less room to move. I mean, they are... Oh, nice hit underneath the arm there. They are able to evade their opponent by leaning backwards, but it's change of direction. That's still the key thing, whether you're talking about Olympic or Paralympic fencing. That is where you create your opportunities.
Well, you see the white light coming on there. That is just a sign that the point of the foil was off target, not onto that foil lame that Karen was explaining earlier.
You get an infringement here for lifting. Got to keep your body in contact with the seat of the chair. And it was the assistant referee that called for that. Yellow card, minor infringement, but any other yellow card will mean a point to who. And the other one that you'll see a lot of is the fencer starting before the referee says allez. French language used quite fittingly here in the Grand Palais for fencing.
It isn't just at these Paralympic Games that the language is French. We don't change it depending on where we are. And it does feel like a bit of a homecoming, doesn't it, for wheelchair fencing.
I don't want to get into that, to be honest with you. The French, Spaniards, the Italians all claim to be the homeland of the modern version of the sport. I think the first written rules were written by a Spaniard, but he was in France. So
maybe they can share it, although the language has kind of taken over, hasn't it? And the minimal French that I speak is pretty much limited to fencing. Well, who does it like he might take us to that 8 points well inside the 2 minutes.
Classic lefty against righty hit to finish it off as well. Flick to the chest.
Well, Hu Daoling has just opened up a 5-point lead, all inside a minute of action.
Yeah, they haven't mucked around here. It was a great start for Zerebchenko. Got his distance spot on, but it's a game. That was a nice, you see, that's the righty doing the flick across the chest. It's a game where your tactics should be fluid. You need to respond and react to what your opponent's doing. And one of the interesting things about the fact that they are fixed in a frame is they'll both remember the last time they fenced each other and the last few times they fenced each other and think, right, well, I'm going to change this parry. I'm not going to go across my body. I'm going to do a circular parry instead. So they're having to adapt in situ as well, because they don't know, even if they've met their opponent multiple times, what's coming at them.
It's almost a game of poker or bluff, isn't it, of just trying to make your plan, but hope that your opponent's plan is not going to be better or faster.
Well, at this level, you're laying a trap, aren't you? You're trying to lay constantly lay traps for your opponent, but they're doing the same to you.
Well, Hu Daoling with such experience. Became the first wheelchair fencer from China to win 12 Paralympic medals. He'll be making up a big quota of that medal haul that China have really shown they're so dominant in this Paralympic sport. And the referee resets. Zerebchenko trailing by 5. First to 15 will become a bronze medalist in this men's foil event.
Snuck that one under the parry, didn't he? Got right on the hip. And at the moment, Zerebchenko can't get anywhere near him.
We heard Zerebchenko with an off-target hit on the piece there. You don't often hear that with foil. It's really sort of not sure how to react to Hu Daoling.
Yeah, really well spotted, because what happens when you don't know what you're doing is your parries just become bigger, and that's why he's hit the ground. Now, did he pick up the blade? That time he did. A nice flick to the shoulder. Well, showboating shot there.
We didn't see this from Hu earlier, really just wanting to bide his time and staying out of distance. It's like changing tactic for the athlete from China.
So Serchenko decided, right, well, I'm going to stay inside distance. I'm not going to lean back as much. And you're quite right, he's just called a response to that and gets another hit. So Hu now has to think about what he's going to do to stop the rock. He's got a bit of a margin here and goes for, often wheelchair fencers talk about foil fencing in the wheelchair categories being a game of remises. So he goes for the first attack, leaves the point out, even though he doesn't have the right of way, and just picks his opponent off as he comes forwards. Oh, another beautiful counter-attack. So he's gone parry-riposte, remise, flip to shoulder on the attack, and then a second counter-attack. 4 completely different hits in a row.
That really does show experience, doesn't it? And Serchenko just struggling to find an answer to Hu at the moment, and Hu is dangerously close to that bronze medal.
Brilliant. Oh, second intention there. Deployed a really short attack, but got the parry. Did enough, did it fast enough to get the parry, and then went counter parry riposte.
Well, there it is. What a beautiful display of fencing. Hu Dowling just showing how important that bronze medal is. He won the silver in this event at the last 2 Paralympic Games, and a bronze still. Absolutely delighted how Dowling, 15-5. Dmitry Serchenko fought hard in his debut Paralympic Games, but he will leave empty-handed from this event, and that really was a masterclass, as you were saying there, Karim.
Superb stuff. That 14th hit was a thing of beauty. Absolutely superb display of second intention fencing.
Well, to think that Hu Dowling already has 7 Paralympic gold medals, and he's celebrating like that with a bronze. It just shows how important the Paralympic Games are to these athletes, and another incredible medal to add to his collection.
Sur la piste finale sera médaillé de bronze représentant l'Italie.
For the greatest pleasure of the Azzurri supporters, victory and bronze medal for Beatrice Maria Villagrandi.
sera également Chateau. dans quelques minutes, mesdames et messieurs. Une nouvelle rencontre pour les médailles de bronze au fleuret chez les hommes et chez les dames en catégorie A.
Coming up in just a few minutes, ladies and gentlemen, women's and men's 40 category A bronze medal bouts.
c'est ça, dans le haut des tribunes. Vous pouvez y aller, on peut faire un maximum de bruit. Allez, on l'a toujours pas fait depuis le début. 1, 2, 3, faites-moi du bruit de Paris! Allez, c'est parfait, on vous voit avec vos petites casquettes oranges, c'est parfait. Allez, cette soirée finale qui a commencé incroyablement. Et pour ça, Guillaume, on va faire quelque chose. Mesdames et messieurs, déjà, on veut savoir, est-ce que ça va Paris? Nobody hears us. On nous entend pas.
Hear anything. Paris, make some noise!
Mesdames et messieurs, veuillez accueillir vos arbitres et les athlètes. Match pour la médaille de bronze.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome your referees and athletes for the next bronze medal bouts.
You join us back for the men's foil category A bronze medal match. Is Italy's Emanuele Lambertini up against the People's Republic of China, Zhong Seichun.
Représentant la République populaire de Chine.
Representing People's Republic of China,
Zhong Seichun. représentant l'Italie.
Representing Italy, Emanuele Lambertini.
After the formal introductions, it's time for the pit stop team. You can hear the ratchets being tightened. These are very bespoke pieces of kit. In fact, they have to be incredibly robust as well, and many teams do travel with a spare fencing wheelchair. They obviously have their day chairs as well, so it ends up being a lot of luggage required to check in. Well, this matchup here for the bronze medal is a repeat of just last year's World Championships. That was in the final. Was this the route for Zhong Se-chun? It was his teammate that knocked him out in the semi-final. Sun, the defending Paralympic champion. And therefore, it'll be Zhong's 5th match. Manuel Lambertini also met Sun, but that was in the quarterfinals. So both of them have been victim to the Paralympic champion. And interestingly, they themselves are 1 and 2 from the World Championships last year. On that occasion, it was Manuel Lambertini who came up top. Well, the head referee, Lam Chi Ming Andy, checking the distances before everything is set in place for what is going to be one exciting bronze medal match. A potential we could have seen fighting for the gold, but that's just sometimes how it unfolds. According to the world rankings, that's how the qualification or the ranking rounds are determined. Both of these athletes just meeting a Paralympic champion on their way. So therefore, we have the world champion and the world silver medalist fighting here for a Paralympic bronze.
Lambertini using a lot of distance in the first bit of this fight.
Karim, you talk about having to always adjust your tactics. I mean, having both of them performed under such a high-pressure situation in a World Championship final, I think they would have learned from that and potentially approaching this in any different way.
Yeah, I think so. I think so for sure. I mean, unfortunate for both of them to come up against the Paralympic champion. The world rankings, sometimes you talk to well, fencers and wheelchair fencers, can be a little misleading, and certainly with some of the Chinese athletes we've seen here, that certainly has proven to be the case. But these do know each other, they've fenced each other. The one thing you can be sure is there won't be any fear of not only coming in with a plan, but having the ability to change it if necessary. Early start from Zhong for the first yellow card. Too much of an advantage. He's going for that flick to body. And you watch him, Vanny's talking about, don't go for the high-risk hits just yet. Find a way through to the easier part of the target. Seeing those quick remises already from Lambertini as well. This time just clipping on the inside of the arm. Ah, just missing with the flick to shoulder. Looks great, but very difficult part of the target to hit.
Well, this is the Category A foil bronze medal match. You can just see that extra movement, and there Zhong just wanting to reposition himself and actually moving the whole frame. So the chair's attached to the frame, but they're not attached to the piece, as you can see with this movement. And it really does feel quite a sort of dancing, exotic actions we're seeing from both of these fencers early on.
Zhong biding his time on that distance, isn't he? He's sitting back. He's just waiting at the moment. He's got the lead. You do see the fact, oh, trying to come over the top there. He's just sitting back and waiting for that moment to attack because he's got the buffer of a couple of hits lead. At some point, they are going to start shifting this whole frame to the left as we look at it, because Lambertini's, well, in fact, the body, the ground lead has gone underneath the frame. And look, the referee saying to move the whole frame over to the left. They have to time this. You talk about dancing. They have to time lifting themselves out of the chair, and usually we'll get a couple of volunteers, or even the assistant referees will come over and just push that frame. Here are the volunteers. And this is all from the fact that Zhong is sitting back waiting for Lambertini to come into distance. And then when he comes and the attack comes, not only is he going forwards at speed, but Lambertini's going backwards at speed, and it just lifts the whole frame towards the back. If you like, it's an indication of the dominance of Zhong at the moment.
Looks like we might see it needing to be reset again at this rate.
I think so. And you can see now that Zhong's got the confidence to just sit and wait, and he's happy to try and go for this big circular cease. It's a clockwise movement of the blade in a circle, and feinting to the shoulder this time, and then coming up underneath the arm. So he's shown Lambertini a couple of fake flicks to shoulder, drawn him out to a big parry, and then gone to the other line. Clever fencing.
Sometimes wish we had a camera on the experts here when commentating. Karim is showing a wonderful example of what we just watched. Well, the target is purely that wonderful sparkling foil lame jacket that you can see, and a little bit on the bottom of the bib.
What a hit. What a hit that was. So again, varieties. He's gone to show parry ripostes, and then as soon as he's got one of them, he said, right, I'm going to go out on the attack. Dominating the fight here.
Well, we've seen Lambertini with a few hits on the body of Zhong, but missing the target.
Chinese have shown today across all of the categories, men and women, that their distance is something to behold. He leans back in the chair.
And even though the score, Zhong is leading by 4 hits, it feels a even more dominant performance than that. Just the general feel you're getting from watching this match. Lambertini just being able to evade a few of those attacks. We've seen a few off-target hits now for Zhong.
Zhong had the right way there, but he missed. And what I have noticed is that Lambertini came out the block super fast, and Zhong's managed to slow him right down. Preparation attack from the left as we look at it.
Feels like it's like change in tactics coming from Lambertini.
Yeah, one of the things that I think he's potentially looking at, and Simone Vanni, beat attack, and that's what the referees called it. One of the things that I think Simone Vanni and what Lambertini's going to be thinking here is that Zhang a couple of times has gone for the shoulder. He's actually done the flick, and he's gone flat, so the side of the blade has hit the point that he's trying to get the tip into. I'd be looking out for opening up that shoulder if I was Lambertini, showing it to Zhang, and then just pulling his shoulder back a little bit, and then going for a counter. Making attack miss, and then launching a straight attack underneath the arm. Something a little like that, even though Zhang didn't go for the shoulder. Ground lead's gone underneath the frame again on the right-hand side. They're going to have to think about that. They haven't spotted it yet, and what that means is that the ground lead could come out of the body wire, and all the lights will come up on the scoring apparatus.
Well, a moment to regroup for Lambertini. Zhang Seichun bringing the score to 8, and that's 1 minute rest. Feels like there's a slight momentum shift after that really strong opener by Zhang, and Manuel Lambertini probably quite glad just to have a few words with his coach at this point in the competition.
Yeah, he certainly slowed it down. It's that distance that's the problem. I've seen it from a number of these Chinese athletes. They're just prepared to sit out of the way, and they know their opponent can't hit them, and the opponent sort of almost gets impatient trying to get to them.
Zhang Seichun not showing signs that it is debut Paralympic Games. Seems incredibly calm and in control. Manuel Lambertini, his 3rd attempt at a Paralympic medal. So close now. He's finished 5th in the team event at the last 2 Paralympic Games. Will have the chance for the team again. Right now, a bronze medal on the line. Lambertini able to just get out of the reach of Zhang on that occasion, working in both directions.
Well, deemed to be unnecessarily stopping the fight. It's a correct application of the rules, if a little harsh, because it has been a bit noisy in here. There's that flick missing to the shoulder again.
Lambertini forcing an off target from Zhang. You have the added complication of the chair sometimes getting in the way of the foil blade as well.
Oh, finally gets one over the top.
It does feel like the Italian is putting up a good fight and definitely slowed Zhang's progression down here. He is trailing by 6 points, first to 15. He's going to have to do more than just slow this match down.
Exactly, yeah, he needs to start scoring some hits, yeah. You're right, he has, by slowing himself down and taking a bit more time, managed to stop the hit rate from staying at the rate it is, but he's not scoring any. Well, say that, and then he finally gets one. Plenty of time, though, so he doesn't need to race through this. Maybe a minute of or 45 seconds of just slowing it down is enough. So good with his hand, Zhang. The positioning of the elbow makes it impossible for the flank to get hit.
Oh, there's been a lot of action. Just 30 seconds gone, though, on the clock since the break. Only 3 hits scored, but Zhong creeping ever closer and still with that 6-point lead. It was a 5-point lead at the break, so Manuel Lambertini not able to change things around enough at the moment.
Just can't reach him, can he? It's just... Then he could deploy a bit of second intention, do a fake attack to draw Zhong out and then find parry riposte. He's got to do something a bit different. Ooh, thought Zhong had hit then.
We're seeing some repeat attempts from both of them.
Just the speed at which Zhong is moving backwards and forwards is well, it's causing a real problem for Lambertini. I'll be looking for now, trying to get him to go for that shoulder again and then finding parry riposte, or taking a gamble and going for the counter-attack. Does get in there. He's having to work ever so hard for every single point, though.
Zhong's so good at getting out of distance, like you're saying, Karaman. So mobile in his chair.
The attack from the left as we look at it. Lambertini calls for a video, but often you have to see these hits in real time, and I'm sure the referee will watch the video replay in real time first, because you're looking for who's got the initiative, who's got the stronger intention. And yes, they both beat the blade, but it's a much stronger beat from Zhong, and he goes straight to target. I can't see this one being overturned. Another thing to just mention about Lambertini and what Zhong has done, how well he's fencing, is Zhong has limited him now to just attacking to the front hip. And if you're limiting someone to just one part of your target, you're doing a fantastic job, because you know that all you've got to do is just block that. That's where your parry is going to go, down to octave. Lambertini needs to be creative. He needs to invent something here. He needs to set up second intention for me. Second intention parry riposte. Easier said than done, though. It's easy to sit here and talk about it.
You make it sound so easy, Karen, but if anyone has ever tried fencing or wheelchair fencing, you'd soon realise that it isn't at all. It's such a technical sport, and that's why we see athletes who years of experience still, even though they might be older in age, still performing well. Well, Lambertini's just been awarded a red card, which will be giving a point away. And at this time in the competition, he really cannot be affording to make such mistakes. And Zhong now just adding and taking him to 11. That's an expensive 6-point margin.
So what happened there was the referee came back and said, I've changed my decision. I think it is your hit, Lambertini. But because on the video you saw Lambertini lift out of the seat, the hit has to be annulled. He gets a second yellow card, which, as you say, just becomes a red. And so not only does he not go to 6-10, but on the red card, it goes to 11-5. I wasn't expecting the change of decision, but that is what happened.
Well, that almost makes it, it's rubbing a bit of salt into the wound, isn't it? That he should have got the hit, but everything has been analysed, not just the movement. Well, the movements are part of it.
Well, and you know, he called for the video, so he's got caught out. I suppose it would have been the same if he'd not called for the video. It still would have been 11-5, but not on a red card.
And watching this, you really do see that ebb and flow. And Manuel Lambertini, one of his hobbies is playing the piano. I think you can always sometimes see that when you're watching foil. It just has a musical feel to it.
Gone back on all-out attack, Lambertini, and it's just playing into Zhong's hands. Nice sort of circular cease, disengage riposte for those in the know.
Zhong Se-chun will be starting to taste that gold medal. 3 hits away, and it's hard to imagine a comeback from Emmanuel Lambertini. We have seen stranger things in fencing, but it's certainly looking as though it's in the favour of the Chinese fencer.
Got away with that. Lambertini caught up, not able to land his attack. Nothing's going right for him at the moment. Hasn't stopped fighting though, has he?
He really hasn't, and so much to fight for. I mean, he knows that he can beat Zhong just last year in that final for gold. But now, Zhong Se-chun just needing 1 more point. Emmanuel Lambertini just let it slip away. You can feel the tension. The crowd are glued to this action on the piste. And that is it. The referee confirms Zhong Se-chun, a masterclass display in wheelchair foil fencing, becomes the Paralympic bronze medalist in his debut Paralympic Games, winning 15-6 over Emmanuel Lambertini.
Dominantly kept it simple, used distance to control his opponent. Yes, he threw in a few lovely flicks over the top onto the shoulder, but in the end, ultimately, it was what he did with his hand. His hand movement was precise and direct. Fantastic fencing.
Et chez les dames, médaille de bronze représentant l'Espagne.
On the women's foil competition, victory and bronze medal for Spain's Judith Rodriguez-Menendez.
On retrouvera donc les athlètes tout à l'heure sur le podium. Encore une fois, le grand palais, applaudissements. Allez, on peut taper dans les mains, bien évidemment. Let's go! Allez, mesdames et messieurs, on voit que vous êtes en pleine forme ce soir. On a envie de danser, on a envie de faire la fête, mais on a également envie de chanter. Et oui, vos téléphones portables, les lumières, vous pouvez les garder pour tout à l'heure. On va s'en occuper d'ici quelques minutes. Mais pour le moment, regardez bien les écrans géants. C'est l'heure du karaoké.
Tes cheveux s'étalent comme un soleil d'été.
C'est le moment de chanter.
Et que ton oreiller ressemble au champ de blé. Quand l'ombre et la lumière dessinent sur ton corps des montagnes et des forêts et les îles au trésor. Quand ta bouche se fait douce,
On continue, on continue.
ton corps se fait dur, dans le ciel, dans tes yeux.
Et c'est maintenant qu'on allume ces téléphones portables. Le mode flash pour tout le monde. Mode flash.
Tes mains voudraient bien, quand tes doigts n'osent pas, quand t'appuies de tes mains, d'une toute petite voix, que je t'aime, 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 que je t'aime.
On continue. Plus de téléphones. Encore. Tout le monde. Tout le monde. All the lights on.
Quand tu te sens plus chatte et que tu deviens chienne, et qu'à l'appel de loup, tu brises enfin tes chaînes. Quand ton premier soupir se finit dans un cri, quand c'est moi qui dis non, quand c'est toi qui dis oui.
Allez, tout le monde.
Oh, que je t'aime. Moi, je t'aime. Quand mon corps sur ton cœur, lourd comme un cheval mort, ne sait pas, ne sait plus s'il existe encore. Quand on a fait l'amour, comme d'autres font la guerre, quand c'est moi le soldat qui meurt et qui le perd. Que je t'aime. Je t'aime.
Eh oui, on vous aime Paris. Et rien que pour ça, un maximum de bruit Paris. Allez, quelques petits instants de patience encore. Les finales vont démarrer.
After this fun bit of karaoke, coming up next, the gold medal bout starting in a minute with the men's sport category B.
They told him, don't you ever come around here. Don't wanna see your face, you better disappear.
peut danser, on peut faire du bruit, ça va démarrer dans quelques instants. La première finale. Allez mesdames et messieurs, juste avant cette finale, on va vous demander une seule chose, on va toutes et tous se lever. On va se lever, please stand up everybody. Debout pour accueillir la première finale, tout le monde debout, 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 debout.
Get up on your feet, Paris. It is time to show the world what the French can do.
Mesdames et messieurs, veuillez accueillir vos arbitres et les athlètes. Le match pour la médaille d'or.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome your referees and fencers for the first gold medal bout of the evening.
Well, it is time for the first gold medal bout of this session, the men's foil category B. The athletes are brought onto this podium piece and introduced to this packed crowd here in the Grand Palais. And a straightforward run to the final for both of these fencers. Dimitri Kutia will be facing Feng Yanke. Feng Yanke actually faced his teammate, who in that semi-final beating him 15-9. He went on to win the bronze earlier on in this session. And Dimitri Kutia with that strong ranking, and he has only had 2 matches so far today, but he'll be glad of that because he did compete in the sabre, and it was a long day yesterday. Although saying that, Feng Yanke was a crowned Paralympic champion in the individual sabre, so he had the longest day of all. It doesn't look to be affecting his form on his route into this gold medal match. Here we have the defending Paralympic champion in Feng Yanke against Dimitri Kutia, the bronze medalist from 3 years ago.
Yeah, the Chinese athletes proving very tricky at the Paralympic Games.
We're seeing the proceedings here. Karim Awada, French referee, will be just checking the distances. The formal proceedings here in wheelchair fencing. And it is Feng Yanke who has the shorter arm of the 2 fencers, so the tip of his foil needs to fit inside the crease of Dimitri Kutia's elbow. Karim, you've been following these matches throughout the day. What are your predictions coming into this?
Well,
I mean, on paper it looks as though Feng Yanke could be the favourite.
Yeah, yet Dimitri Kutia is the world #1. But as we said, rankings, especially with the Chinese athletes, don't necessarily play their part. Of course, Feng going for the 3-peat, having done it in Rio and Tokyo. Kutia did lose out in the semi-finals in Tokyo to a Chinese athlete. That was Hu Dao Liang, before he secured the bronze medal, beating Iraq's Amar Ali. So they didn't face each other in Tokyo. It's hard to say. I saw Dimitri Kuchar fencing earlier on today. He looked really composed. He looked really calm. He's got a game plan here. He would have plotted his route through here, knowing that he's going to face Feng. And you can bet the spies were out watching how Feng was fencing. But for sure, it would have been the same the other way. Really tough one to call. I think the first minute or so, if we even get to a minute before one of them gets to 8, is going to be super, super crucial to how that match pans out.
They're both very experienced fencers. And there's a glimpse of Glenn Golding, the coach for Dimitri Kuchar. The hard work has been done. This is the gold medal final in the men's foil category B. Wang Yanke for China on the left, Dimitri Kuchar for Great Britain on the right as we look at this piece. Now, Karen, you said the first few hits could be vital. It's a strong start for Dimitri Kuchar.
Confidence booster, and they're pretty close, aren't they?
L'attaque de gauche, non, voilà. En garde. Prêt, allez. Hâte, paré, riposte, non. Remise, non, voilà. En garde. Prêt, allez.
This is really impressive start from Dimitri Kuchar. He is not giving Feng any thinking time at all. He's threatening different parts of the target at all times, and even able to land a nice, collect a nice parry. Didn't land the riposte.
It does feel as though he's coming out wanting to put pressure on Feng from the start.
Just cross the tip, okay? En garde. Prêt, allez. Feng, false start.
Early start from Feng.
Or could that be a sort of reaction to the pressure that he's feeling slightly from Dimitri Kuchar? Just wanting to sort of counteract that.
Yeah, get out the blocks as fast as possible. You got to think that some of these athletes are predicting the B of the bang. They're prepared to take a risk of getting carded. Nice attack. That's why Kuchar has to get in there straight away, has to threaten from the off.
En garde. Prêt, allez.
Keeping that pressure on, but now we've seen this all day today. The Chinese sitting back, but Kuchar picking up a really early parry there and hitting with a riposte under the arm.
En garde.
He's going to have Feng thinking. Feng might have to come out of the blocks every time on the attack. Went looking for the blade. Left-hander did a little cart parry to try and find the blade. It wasn't going forwards, so it gets done for preparation.
En garde. Prêt, allez.
Well, this time they both went off at the same time. But Kuchar, the only one to get a light on the scoring apparatus.
Kuchar is just putting the defending champion under a bit of pressure these early doors. Only 15 seconds of actual play.
Kuchar
already with a 4-point lead.
Yellow carded as well for starting early.
En garde. Prêt, allez. Halte, l'attaque de gauche, non, voilà.
It's almost worth taking those off targets to just stop Feng having a chance.
Prêt, allez.
Yeah, Feng was always going to come back into this one, so he's adjusted. He said, okay, well, I'll give you a bit of second intention. I'll do a little beat fake attack, and then I'll do the real parry riposte.
Prêt, allez. Halte, attaque.
Kuchar just feels a little bit like he's using that reach. He's the taller or the longer reach of the two fencers, which we saw from that earlier lineup, and it just feels like Feng's not quite able to get out of the way enough to be able to play that game that he's trying to defend at the moment. And Kuchar back on that roll we saw him start off with.
Yep. And a brilliant start. He'll take the odd hit here and there. It won't worry him at all.
En garde. Prêt, allez. Pareil. Riposte touché.
I think he's going to call for a video here.
Ok, ok.
Kuchar finds the blade, he thinks. He believes, I think he showed the signal that there were 2 beats of the blade. Point weapon got to hit your opponent's silvery jacket, Lame, but you've also got to have the right of way, and one of the ways to get the right of way is to beat. And I think he does get a second beat in there. So he's saying the first one is actually Kuchar beating the blade, but in the bottom third of Feng's blade, and then he has another beat.
Two blades, but you are in the strong part. So
he's saying the second one's a parry riposte as well.
So 2 blades, but in the strong part. This is parry riposte from right.
Oh, touch unlucky perhaps, but he's sticking to the rules and explained why. So fair from Awada, referee. That is a single light. That's the second time Feng's failed to hit, and Kuchar has got off to a flyer here.
Well, he'll be happy to take the break after that little nervous moment, and then just to finish on a win coming into the 1 minute break. It's got to make him to continue with that confidence coming in against the Paralympic champion from the last 2 Paralympic Games. And Feng Yanke almost looks as though he's a little lost with what to do now.
It's the pressure that Kuchar's putting on him. Glenn Golding having final words with him with a fist pump. He doesn't need to say too much. They've got a game plan. Kuchar started the day showing confidence. It was like, this is my mission. I am going to get into the gold medal match, and then I'm going to deal with whatever I get there. Almost certainly he expected a Chinese athlete to have the 2-time Paralympic champion. Well, if you're going to beat anyone, why not beat him? Feng, though, you've got to bet with the break, it's come at a good time for him. He is going to have a chat with his coach, Gong Jihong, and he's going to come out. I think he's going to come out on the attack here. Kuchar needs to make sure his defence is solid now if he's going to maintain this lead.
Well, we've seen both athletes with a yellow card already, so you're going to be really pushing things here to be quick to react, but not risking giving a point away.
Oh, took one on the back of the wrist there. Looks all right, though.
En garde. Could you control, please? Yes, Michel? Yes?
Ask giving assistance just to make sure the fencers are seated correctly, centrally in the chair. And another card coming out for an early start, and it'll be a point for Feng.
Well, you predicted some fast out of the blocks, Karaman. Just shows how fine those margins are, and Kuchar won't want to give away any more hits to Feng, but that could make him slightly restrictive on his approach.
There was a big opportunity for Feng there, because Kuchar decided, right, I'm going to sit back here a little bit and just see what happens. Feng did nothing. Kuchar with a nice simple attack, and on preparation, Kuchar gets into double figures. This is an incredible performance. First men's foil Paralympic competition in 1964 in Tokyo was won by a Brit, Cyril Thomas. No British male fencer has taken the foil gold since then. Kuchar on the verge of making history here. Both missed first. I think Feng might benefit from the fact that he didn't come. So now, this is a great bit of refereeing from Awada. He's saying exactly what Kuchar did earlier. The beat went into the bottom of the blade of the British athlete, and so it becomes parry riposte. The hand speed of Kuchar there, he was very unlucky. 3 really quick touches around the lower hip, but none of them came up. Just the slightest hesitation from Feng, and Kuchar is just out of the blocks faster.
En garde. Prêt, allez.
Oh, that is lovely.
Touché, point.
No, he doesn't get given the call there. Kuchar's done a beat there, lured out the attack, and then beat the blade again.
En garde.
But referee just gives that as attack left.
En garde. Prêt, allez.
Dimitri Kutia definitely in control.
Tout bled du système time. L'attaque à droite, non valable. Tout
At the
bled,
moment, and
précise l'attaque à droite.
Feng
non valable.
Yanke struggling to answer for this performance coming from
En garde.
Kutia.
Watch that backhand as well from Dimitri Kuchar,
Hey,
moving from one area to another as he's going backwards and forwards to give him more power. And another beauty of a parry riposte. Feng doesn't know what to do here.
Well, look at this. Dimitri Kutia just 2 points away from
Prêt, allez.
becoming Paralympic champion.
Early start from Feng. That's a point for Kuchar. He's one away from the Paralympic title here.
En garde.
Feng Yanke must be wondering what he can do, because this margin is huge. Dimitri Kutia
Prêt, allez.
needing one more point. And that is it. He almost looks as though he cannot believe it. Dimitri Kutia has just become the Paralympic champion here in this men's foil category B. And that is the biggest sign of relief that we have seen. Dimitri Kutia wins 15-7 over Feng Yanke, making history. His coach, Glenn Golding, can't believe it either. What a performance it was for the Brit.
He demolished the reigning champion, the two-time champion, and Kuchar was absolutely dominant. That was a lesson in the Paralympic final. Fantastic performance.
Applause also for People's Republic of China, silver medalist today after winning the gold yesterday in sabre, Feng Yanke.
Et mesdames et messieurs, vous avez raison, on peut se lever et maintenant faire du bruit. Applaudissements pour nos deux finalistes. Voilà cette première finale ici sous cette verrière du Grand Palais. Vous avez raison, Paris. Et surtout, restez debout, restez debout. Dans quelques minutes, match pour la médaille d'or au fleuret chez les dames, catégorie B.
Coming up next in just a few minutes, women's sport category B gold medal bout. But before that, a bit of dance.
Exactement, on va rester debout. Maintenant, regardez à l'écran, la dance cam est de retour. Ladies and gentlemen, please dance.
Dance cam up on the screens. Move your body, Paris.
Allez, on peut continuer de danser, on danse Paris. Ah oui, le style est parfait, le style est parfait. Mais oui!
Always bring the boyfriend up.
Allez, tiens, on va essayer tout en dansant, on veut voir tous les drapeaux. All the flags, c'est le moment de lever les drapeaux le plus haut possible. Tout le monde, all the flags in the air, please.
You to breathe me. Let me be your air. Let me roam your body free. No inhibition, no fear. How deep is your love? Is it like the ocean? What devotion are you? How deep is your love? Is it like Nirvana? Hit me harder.
c'est vos dernières minutes de danse. Et oui, il faut faire 30 minutes de sport par jour. Et vous êtes en train de le faire ici au Grand Palais. C'est juste parfait. La chorégraphie 10 sur 10. Mais oui! Allez, un grand merci à vous. Vous êtes incroyables. Vous êtes incroyables. Et on va retrouver tout de suite pour un nouveau DJ set dans un instant. DJ Nathalie, give it up. C'est reparti avec DJ Nat. Mesdames et messieurs, avant d'accueillir la prochaine finale, on va repartir tous ensemble vos téléphones portables. Les plus belles images sont ici au Grand Palais. The sky, full of stars, tout le monde, tous les téléphones, tous, pour accueillir cette nouvelle finale dans un instant. À vous le Grand Palais. Mesdames et messieurs, veuillez accueillir vos arbitres et les athlètes, le match pour la médaille d'or.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome your referees and fencers for the first gold medal bout.
Le match pour la médaille d'or, fleuret dames, catégorie B.
Women's foil category B gold medal bout.
Les arbitres.
The referees.
Well, fencers introduced for the women's foil category B gold medal match.
Boyan Mijatovic.
Zhao Rong, People's Republic of China,
Elle représente
up against
la Thaïlande.
the Paralympic champion from the sabre just yesterday, Saisuni Yana, representing Thailand.
Représentant la République populaire de Chine.
Representing the People's Republic of China, Zhao Rong.
Zhao Rong knocked out one of the favourites in this
Si
competition,
vous avez suivi le sabre,
Rebecca
hier
Vio,
soir,
the defending
c'est
Paralympic
tout
champion,
le monde. La finale
held that title
identique dans ces
since
Jeux
Rio when she
Paralympiques
burst
Paris
onto the scene.
2024. Entre Saisuni Yana, championne paralympique hier soir ici même dans ce grand palais. 7 médailles olympiques déjà pour elle, 12 médailles mondiales. Quant à Zhao Rong de la République populaire de Chine, médaillée d'argent hier soir. Elle a été championne paralympique par équipe au fleuret à Tokyo en 2020. 5 médailles mondiales à son actif.
This is the rematch of yesterday's final in the saber competition won by the Thailandese Saisuni Jana, 3-time Paralympic champion in épée 2 times and saber yesterday. Zhao Rong is a silver medalist, no, gold medalist, sorry, in the team competition in Tokyo 2020.
Fabien Filaire will be overseeing the proceedings, supported by a video referee and 2 assistant referees. His job will be to confirm the distance. Once the wheelchairs are set, the distance then is set between the 2 fencers. Helping the volunteers who are busy at work. Plenty for them to do on every match here. The wheelchairs must be securely fixed to the frames, but the frames then just sit on the piste. So you can sometimes see movement as a result of the movement of the fencers when the match gets going. It gets pretty electric.
There's a bit of a subplot going on here across the sport. We're seeing the older, experienced athletes now being challenged a lot earlier by the younger ones. With all the experience that Saisuni Yana from Thailand has at 50 years old, competing at her first Paralympic Games in Athens and everyone since then. We saw in the sabre the experience paid off, but there's some rivalry building here. It's the second Olympics for Zhao.
It was the closest of matches. Came down to the final point in the sabre. It was Yana who had trailed and brought it back to 14 apiece. And then going one better to take that gold. She first won a medal back in Athens, and that was foil, but since then she actually concentrated on épée. And that gold in the earlier competition in the sabre was her first gold in sabre. So at the age of 50, still being able to really increase her repertoire.
Yeah, I mean, it's super impressive, isn't it? And she was really good yesterday, because it wasn't an easy match here in Paris on the first day of fencing. Can she do the double?
En garde. Coach. That's coming.
Well, it's important to be comfortable and safe.
Coach.
The jackets must be covering all parts of the body. And then the wires you see, well, they are to pick up the connection when the tip of the foil makes contact with the scoring part of the body. That foil jacket that covers the torso goes up to the shoulders and over the back. And you might wonder why the back. Well, sometimes we do see flick hits that go over the top of the shoulder. If you were watching previously in the sabre, it was Jana on the right-hand side, but they have swapped over for our viewing. Zhao Rong, the People's Republic of China, on the right-hand side up against Seisusi Jana. And as Karen pointed out, a real sort of rematch here, but just a different weapon.
Still a weapon of convention, of course. Just thinking back to that match you're talking about with Bebe Vio. Zhao fenced at distance, and she started with the same approach here.
Seisusi Jana having tremendous Paralympic Games. I mean, her best weapon yet to come, and she's already Paralympic champion and guaranteed another medal in the foil.
There was a press release ahead of the start of the fencing competition here at Paris 2024 Paralympic Games that just said age is no barrier, and at 50 years old Jana's proving that.
Well, Zhao Rong, 31 years of age, still with plenty of experience herself. And she does have the gold from the team event in Tokyo. I think this could be a close match.
En garde. Prêt. Allez. Halte. L'attaque non valable.
My gut feeling is that Zhao has to get out here and get into a lead, force Jana out into a more aggressive attacking match and build from there. If Jana's able to get up ahead of steam, get 2 or 3 hits ahead, and Zhao's chasing it, I think it might get tricky. Certainly starting tight, though. Neither fencer throwing everything at it just yet.
This is definitely one of the sort of more of a building match that we've seen. Feels as though both fencers just trying to almost suss each other out with more subtle movements.
It's the second time she's gone to that part of the target. Kong Sen, the Chinese coach, looking on, almost with a little smile. I wonder if they've had a little chat about that particular hit.
Halte, l'attaque non valable. En garde. Prêt, allez.
Jana using more distance there than Zhao initially, just trying to keep out the way.
Non valable. En garde. Prêt. Allez.
There it is again. She's definitely targeting this circular cease disengage, either on the beat attack or as a parry riposte. The People's Republic of China, Zhao, has shown it a few times now. The thing is, if I've spotted it, I'm pretty sure Jana's spotted it as well.
En garde. Prêt. Allez. Halte. L'attaque. Non valable.
We're seeing a few more off-target hits we might expect at this point. And that's just showing how neither athlete is really sort of coming into distance, just trying to play a little bit safe at this early stage.
No complaints from Zhao there. Giving us a parry riposte, 2 beats to the blade. Second one's Jana's. Who's gone first there? I think it's Zhao. Just starts the beat early and it's a reaction from Jana. Sometimes really difficult to see that. You've got to have your eyes totally peeled.
Well spotted there.
Allez. Halte, l'attaque, halte. L'attaque est parée, la riposte non. La remise d'attaque non valable. En garde. Prêt, allez. Halte, halte. L'attaque non valable. En garde. Prêt, allez. Halte, l'attaque est parée. La riposte non valable.
It really feels like both are being
En garde.
so trying to keep the distance, just causing their opponent to hit off target. And it's unusual to see this many off-target hits in a row.
Yeah, I mean, I think that the one thing that we can say for sure is that they're coming from both sides. Oh, that's a nice little remise there. The first of the remises from Jana here. Yeah, I think you're right. I think what we're seeing is because both of them are trying to keep distance, they just can't quite reach the on-target area. But because we're getting the off-target lights, it means they are still trying to. So they are still trying to find a way through. And it means that if one of them is, the other one has to. Zhao's got to be careful not to let Jana break away here. She's got to keep it tight.
En garde. Prêt, allez. La riposte. Touche. Point.
I think the face of Zhao just giving us a little inkling into the fact that she is maybe wondering what to do next, what this tactic is. And I mean, she can't speak directly to her coach until we get the first break, which might be when Jana reaches 8. Zhao trading by 3. That now feels like a significant margin.
Oh, no, she did try and create there, but Jana's ready for this. So what happened there was Jana attacked, Zhao got the parry riposte, and then just didn't lean forward enough when she was going for the riposte, and Jana quickly dived in with a counter-action. That's her second remise in quick succession. Remise. Again, that's another one. So she's found a way. She's got Zhao to sit back here. She's throwing in a short, deliberate fake attack to get the parry and then the second intention remise. She doesn't have the right of way. All Zhao has to do is effectively leave the attack alone and just launch forward into it, and she'll get a hit.
Well, for Zhao to have got to this point, I'm sure she's going to be reflecting on this and going early. She was just obviously feeling that pressure, and coach trying to encourage Jana, but Zhao's just given away a point which she couldn't afford to do at this crucial moment.
Allez.
Putting Jana in the lead by 5, but we're going to have just a few seconds left till the break, and I feel that Zhao might be wanting that reset.
Prêt, allez.
Jana, she heard you, Heather. Only a few seconds left. Right, I'm going to lead this 5-hit lead through the first 3 minutes. Brilliant performance there. Broke away tactically and started making the right decisions. Those remises, massive difference. You'll probably see them here.
The score at the break is 7 for Thailand, Saisuni, Jana, and 2 for People's Republic of China's Chateau.
Allez, les 15 dernières secondes, on y va, le Grand Palais, les encouragements maintenant. 1, 2, 3, du bruit, Paris!
En garde. En garde.
Well, as we reset, it looked like strong instructions coming from the coach of Zhao Rong. Karen, what would you be saying?
I'm not sure it's that important what I'm saying, but I think what the Chinese coach was saying...
If you were in his position.
Well, I'd probably try and say what he said. I'd go and listen to him. But what he said was that she should try some second intention. She should try and throw out fake attacks and then find parry riposte. And also to just know that that's what's coming. If you've done a parry and you think, well, that's a fake attack, you know, you've got to cover yourself off to do the parry. But if you feel it's a fake attack, don't riposte.
Prêt, allez.
Oh, she snuck through there, but I don't think this is a bad idea from Zhao. Just sitting back is what she did earlier on in the competition, just waiting for the opportunity to come to her. So 2 beats and then cut over disengage attack.
En garde. Prêt, allez. Halte, l'attaque non valable. En garde. Prêt, allez.
There's definitely a change in fencing we're seeing from Zhao.
En garde. Prêt, allez.
Can Jana respond to it? Looks as though she's playing her at her own game.
Yeah. I think perhaps another thing that the coach would have said, Hong Ling Sen, is Jana's got you fencing the way she wants you to fence in that first period. Don't forget, you're a darn good fencer. Why don't you fence your own game? So we've seen a couple of different approaches, leaning back to draw out the attack. That didn't work, so she immediately changes and goes for the attack and lands it. It's a funny old game, fencing, where you can get on a run of hits of your own, but equally you can get trapped into falling into getting hit on multiple occasions in quick succession. And you've just got to have the mental tenacity to break yourself out of that rhythm if you're the one that's getting hit.
Well, that reset and a few words from a coach can sometimes be enough. As Fabien Flair disappears into the darkness. Another look at his video, but we're reset at 8 hits for Jana to Zhao's 4, first to 15, the crowned Paralympic champion. And that was an early move, this time from Jana. Well, she's got her first yellow, so no points given away at this point.
En garde. Prêt, allez. Contre-riposte non valable. En garde. En garde. Prêt, allez. Halte, l'attaque, touche. Point.
Third time she's done that hit. Coming over the top with a cart coupe and hitting underneath the arm. Arch goes for it again, 2 in a row.
You did say Jana doesn't want to relax or celebrate that margin she had too soon, and now we're just down to 2 points separating these two fencers.
Oh, made that look easy. And that's created from distance. That is created by opening up, drawing out the attack, and then pushing Jana back and being quicker on her way forwards than Jana was on her way back. She's right back in the match. Tasanipan Sirawat, the coach from Thailand, barking out orders between every single hit, which you might want to just ease off a little bit. Too much information can be a bad thing.
Well, earlier, Cam, you talked about a few opportunities that Zhao just didn't finish, and it looks as though she's finding that extra sort of emphasis, that extra final part that she needed just to get those hits on target. And suddenly we are at 8 apiece, and we would not have thought this, would we? 7-2 30 seconds ago, or 30 seconds of match play.
Yeah, unbelievable performance. I know this is going to sound weird, but it's just because she's started fencing. And I mean that she was reacting to Jana earlier on. Now she's actually playing the game.
En garde. Prêt, allez. Halte, attaque, touche. Point.
Well, this is a great comeback from Zhao Rong. She was the more dominant when these two met in the sabre final, and it was Jana who ended up coming out on top. And now she's had to come from behind, and she seems to have maybe just worked out what she needs to do against the Thai athlete. And this is the first time that we've seen Saesuni Jana just look like she could be under pressure. I mean, she is obviously trailing by 1 hit, the first time trailing in this competition.
So get a call for a video here. Looked like Paralympics to me for the left as we look at it for Jana. Sean Grundy, Great Britain, on the video supporting the main referee. The main referee will be the one making the ultimate decision.
La contre-riposte, touche, point.
There's a wasted video appeal by Zhao.
En garde. Prêt, allez. L'attaque est parée. La riposte, non. La remise d'attaque, touche.
Another remise for Jana. In some respects, what we've seen over the last 40 seconds is that Zhao has done to Jana what Jana did in the first period. Jana stopped fencing her game and now gets a red card as things square up.
Well, this is getting tight, isn't it? Looked like a relatively open competition for Jana early on, but we did expect, from looking at the trajectory of these two athletes, this to be another nail-biting final, and it's certainly turning out to be just that.
En garde. Prêt, allez. L'attaque, touche.
Just starts ahead of Zhao. Zhao doesn't bother calling for a video there, and I'm pretty sure the coach would have said, you started after her. If you're going to go for an attack at the beginning, you've just got to go for it.
En garde.
It's so tough when they've both already got that red card. You've got to go quickly to get the point, but you don't want to go too quickly to lose the point.
Prêt, allez. Halte, la contre-riposte, touche, point.
Yeah, Paralympics took a while for the light to come up on the graphic, but the Paralympics was a single action, burn bang, beat the blade with the first action, launch it out with the second. There's just a tiny delay on the lights on the graphic, but referee called that very confidently. Look at that. Oh, she's at full stretch. twists and turns avail. The fencing in the Olympic Games was here in the Grand Palais, and we talked about how high the level was. It's been exactly the same for the wheelchair fencing here. Everyone stepped up a level, and I think that's got a lot to do with the crowd in the venue.
Saisoniana is stepping up her game. She first won a medal, a bronze, 20 years ago in wheelchair foil fencing. And she's one hit away from making it a gold. And that is it. What an incredible performance. Saisoniana, at 50 years of age, at her 6th Paralympic Games, has just become Paralympic champion in the women's foil category B. You couldn't write these scenes here in the Grand Palais. Well, that was a match of 3/3. Jana Saisoni coming back so strong. 15 victories over Zhao Rong's 11. And she was the first Thai athlete to win a Paralympic gold medal for Thailand back in 2004 in Athens. And she is right now putting Thailand firmly on the medal table with her 2 golds.
Superb performance, great match actually as well. Fabulous stuff from the Thai athlete, becoming the first Thai athlete to win a women's foil Paralympic title. She's full of firsts, isn't she?
And she seems unstoppable. What a match. Goosebump moments here in the Grand Palais. Saisoniana still on top of her game 20 years after she first stood on top of the podium.
Allez, regardez bien les écrans géants. C'est le moment, en fait, de prendre votre téléphone. Si vous passez un excellent moment, tout comme nous, on prend petite selfie ou une photo générale, on scanne le QR code et on envoie ses plus beaux moments.
Grand Palais, it seems that you're having a very good time here with the finals of the wheelchair fencing. If you do, please don't hesitate to scan the QR code that is on the big screen over there and send us your photos so you can share it with everyone.
Dans moins de 5 minutes. Maintenant la prochaine finale. Le fleuret chez les hommes. Catégorie A.
Two more gold medal bouts to go, ladies and gentlemen, in less than 5 minutes. It will be men's forward category A gold medal bouts.
Gianna, déjà grande dame de ces Jeux paralympiques de Paris 2024. Et si vous êtes encore parmi nous demain, elle va tenter quelque chose d'incroyable. C'est un triplé. Triple médaillé d'or paralympique. Ça va être son objectif dans 2 jours, ici même, sous cette verrière du Grand Palais. On peut y retourner, on peut danser, on peut faire la fête ici. Un lieu unique, une atmosphère sensationnelle, le Grand Palais. Rien que pour vous. Mesdames et messieurs, veuillez accueillir vos arbitres et les athlètes. Le match pour la médaille d'or.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome your referees and athletes for the next gold medal bout.
Le fleuret homme catégorie A, le match pour la médaille d'or.
Men's floor category A gold medal bout.
Nos arbitres,
The referees,
Riccardo Ferrazzi Jr.,
Gerald Cheng Chi-hoon,
Igor Otaigi,
Iliani Padagia.
The athletes now being introduced to the crowd. The men's foil category A gold medal match
la République
is
populaire
coming up.
de Chine.
Sun Gang
People's Republic of China.
representing the People's Republic of China, a nation so dominant in wheelchair fencing. The defending Paralympic champion
Il
won this title
l'Italie.
2020 and back at the Rio Paralympic Games. He'll be facing Matteo Betti.
De Chine.
Betti just missed out on the medals
Paralympique en 2020 à Tokyo.
in Tokyo, finishing that agonising position of fourth, fifth in the team as well.
Médaille aux Jeux paralympiques.
Well, this is
5
Betti's fifth Paralympic Games. He has one Paralympic medal. That was
Sun Gang for People's
in
Republic
épée
of China.
at the London Paralympics.
Medalist in
He's now guaranteed
individual and team.
a medal in the individual foil.
Also, gold medalist in team in Rio.
Sun
the fourth
beating
Chinese team. He also won
his
the
teammate
épée gold
Zhong
medal in 2016 in Rio.
His final match to this final,
Five-time
and he'll no
gold
doubt
medalist in the world championship.
have been cheering Zhong from the sidelines as he went on to win that bronze in that earlier match we've just witnessed here in the Grand Palais.
Médaillé de bronze, c'était en
Such is the
2012
strength
à Londres à l'épée.
China, they are guaranteed now 2 medals in this men's foil event.
Chez lui à Rome en 2017.
Matteo Betti from Italy is a bronze medalist in London 2012 in the épée category A competition. It's his first Paralympic final. He's also won the gold medal with the foil Italian team in 2017 in the World Championships in Rome. And this year, he won bronze medal.
We're seeing a lot of these fencers compete across multiple weapons. Matteo Betti concentrating on the foil at this Paralympic Games. And huge responsibility of judging a gold medal match. Riccardo Ferrazzi Jr. will be in charge of proceedings here in this Category A final. Now, the athletes have to rise to the occasion and perform under pressure. The referees certainly have their fair amount of pressure as well. This is almost part of the build-up to the theatrical display that we have in fencing in what is a wonderful amphitheatre for the sport.
Arbitre, faites commencer le match.
that is the formalities over. As the referee will now call Sun Gang and Matteo Betti into the on-guard position.
Had fairly comfortable routes through to the gold medal match, both of them. But if anyone can beat the Chinese fencer, it's Betti. The way he fences is great. Already seeing that distance he creates with the lean going backwards. And the Italians in with a big shout here.
Straight away, really using that distance, trying to stay out of an attack from Sun. Sun being patient.
Yeah, Betti needs to watch that cart parry. Is a bit further forwards when he tries to take it. The windscreen wiper going across the body. The safer parry for him is that circular cease coming underneath the blade and then whipping up. And they're picking up the blade and then turning it into an attack. Video called here. I mean, maybe there'll be a change of phrasing to parry riposte rather than attack.
Well, it's unusual to see a video call quite so early, so Sun Gang must have been pretty confident that the referee's decision was incorrect.
There's a beat on the blade, but he brings his arm backwards, and I can't see how the referee's going to give this to Sun. If you take a beat on the blade in foil, you get the right of way. If you hit your opponent's blade, you get the right of way. But you have to use it straight away. And he doesn't. And so he's just burnt one of his 2 videos here, early doors. There's a reason you don't use them.
Well, you'd think as double Paralympic champion, he would have been pretty certain. So unusual, and just maybe giving Betti a little bit of confidence that.
Feels so different when you're inside your mask. You know what you want to do, you know what you're trying to do. You can't see when you necessarily make a mistake. Oh, nice hit though. Even at full stretch backwards, Sun's proven he can get to Betti now. That's going to change the complex of the match. I think that what can happen here now is that Sun threatens the target with these attacks, then sits back, waits for something to come from Betti, and then goes in exactly like that.
You go and stop.
Exactly. So he's waiting for him to make that mistake, because he knows now that he can get Betti at full stretch going backwards. Complexion of the match going to change now.
Well, this is category A, so the lesser of the 2 categories when it comes to impairments. That's why we see quite so much movement. Stronger control of the core and the trunk, and these athletes certainly using that to their full advantage. It's incredible how fast and mobile they are on these sitting wheelchairs.
Merci. Point, s'il vous plaît. Oh! En garde. Prêt. Allez.
He's leaving the flank exposed here. And Sun has seen that. Betti has been hit twice in the same spot. Basically just behind his elbow as we look at him.
Well, Betti, it seemed initially might have been able to get out of the reach of Sun, but not able to. Is that going to have to be some change in tactics coming from the Italian as a result of this?
He's going to have to either come out on the attack or he's going to have to show the flank and say, come on, then come and hit me, and then find a parry. But it's a difficult spot to parry that. And now what happens is Sun says, right, I can get you there, so I'm going to fake to go there, and then I'll finish somewhere else. This the advantage of 4 points now makes it very difficult for Betti. Yeah, first one is no that time. The thing is, one of the options is for Betti to attack. Sun's just not giving him the opportunity to. Every time he moves his hand forwards, he's taking the blade. And if he doesn't move forward, Sun just attacks. Faking high, coming to flank, and then finishing to body.
Well, it's only going to get harder. As you said, Sun, with that advantage, just gives him a little bit more chance to have that flair and to leaves Betty just having to react to his actions.
Yep, and now Betty's going to burn his video here because Sun has done a solid beat attack. And yes, I agree, Betty did look for the blade himself. He did try and do a beat himself, but that's just much stronger in terms of the parry. And in fact, Betty does a couple of changes of line on the way through once the final extension comes from Sun. As soon as he spotted that he could hit the flank, this whole fight changed.
We saw the scoreline changes dramatically with it, and really made the most of that opportunity, which he obviously created in the first place. It's easy for us to sit here and say, well, look how easy it is for him now, but Matteo Betty just struggling to find an answer for that solution that Sun Gong is currently running with.
Mask clips come off in the middle of that. Or is it just flapping around? Yeah, it might just be flapping around. Mask clip of Betty, you see just coming over his right shoulder. And this is dominant.
It is, and we sometimes see that 1 minute break can change proceedings slightly, and Matteo Betty is right away having to listen to firm instructions from his coach. How can this minute just change the momentum of the match for the Italian?
Well, possibly. I mean, Simone Vanni is a great coach, well respected. But the thing is, he talks about Sun being defending champion. He's got Gong Zhu Hong as a coach on his side. He's up against a world silver medalist, and he's making it look relatively easier. It's not comfortable. He's still having to work very hard to get these hits. But because he's created this fear in Betty that I can get you on the flank, Betty's just thinking, right, I need to protect the flank, I need to protect the flank. And then all of a sudden he's getting hit all over the shop, and then he stops thinking about his fencing. Vanni should be there going, draw a line under it, forget what the score is, point by point, fence. Just put your best on the piste.
Well, the masks return. It is a 6-point lead for the Paralympic defending champion, Sun Gang. Who, from what we've just witnessed, looks as though he's in control of this match. It's not unusual to see these wires just fall off and get caught by their opponents' blades.
En garde. Prêt. Allez. Out. Attaque. Non, voilà.
Signs of life from Betty.
Prêt. Allez. Attaque. Non, voilà.
Yeah, she's coming out now, Betty, to lure the attack. He's leaning in to say, come on, come and attack me, so that he can make miss by leaning backwards. Get the right of way. That time was actually a counter-attack because Sun beat the blade. But a change of tactics straight away. And what does Sun do? All right, I'm going to go and hit you where I know it hurts the most. Not in terms of physical pain, but I've got you on that flank again. Or just under the arm rather than the flank that time. Oh, that is special. That is really special. He had him completely flummoxed there. Didn't know where to go.
En garde, s'il vous plaît. Prêt, out. En garde. Prêt, allez. Attaque. Touche. Plus de fer.
Sun Gang seems to just be able to answer to everything that Matteo Betty is throwing at him.
he's fencing at a different speed. The last 3 hits, he's made Betty look slow, and Betty's not a slow fencer, but he's fencing at a different level at the moment.
No change. Please defend attack. Touche. And you stay in the same position too.
And the referee again sticking with his decision.
And that's a killer blow for Betty, hearing the referee go, and you stayed in the same position. You were stuck.
Point.
Yeah, right. Needs to add the point. Because the video was called before the hit was added, I'm sure of that. I think he should be on 12.
0 video, 1 video. On guard.
Oh, staying at 11. And it must be right, because Sun's not making any complaints, and nor is the Chinese coach. The attack from that defensive position is electric. It's explosive for Sun. I mean, it's incredible.
Well, look at this scoreline. 10 points. Sun Gang leads by 2 hits required to defend that title, make that 1. This has suddenly been a bit of a one-sided display of extremely wonderful fencing by Sun Gang. And he rounds that up. Well, what a tremendous performance by a defending champion. Sun Gang regains his title as Paralympic champion in this men's foil category A. And my goodness, did he do it in style.
Let's put this into context. Chateau Betty has not been taken to double figures throughout this competition. 2 15.9s and a 15.4 to make it to the gold medal match, and he's just been taken apart. He's got a silver medal and is saluting the crowd. He'll be happy with making the gold medal match in such comfort, but boy oh boy, Sun Gang was on a different level here in the Grand Palais.
Le champion paralympique et son médaillé d'argent. Prochain match ici, la finale au fleuret pour les dames catégorie A dans quelques minutes.
Just a few minutes of patience before our last gold medal bout of the day, women's sport category A.
Et oui, on peut continuer à danser le Grand Palais, on peut continuer à faire la fête, vous avez raison. Retrouvez encore tous les produits Paris 2024 dans les boutiques officielles et sur les points de vente, et notamment ici au Grand Palais. Votre point de vente est encore ouvert pour quelques minutes.
Just a quick reminder, fellas, find all the Paris 2024 product ranges in official boutiques and on-sale sales outlets. The merchandise store here in the Grand Palais is still open, and you have the mega store just outside of the venue when you will come out.
Alors on essaie de savoir si vous êtes en feu ici au Grand Palais. Eh oui!
Comme l'équipe d'Algérie en Coupe du Monde au Brésil. Ce soir je suis un roi, le rappel pour Stephen Curry. Je sors de 2 sur 2 pour ramener mon déterminé. Comme ce grand blondinier, mais contre Freezer. Ce soir je ne joue pas, mais je repars avec les trophées. Tu m'appelais Guéry, ce soir je suis John Covey. Comme la sœur de Beyoncé dans l'ascenseur avec Jay-Z. Ou comme les 3 petits à 6h du mat sur mon lit.
Chers fans, chers amis, vous qui êtes là ici dans ce Grand Palais, vous les voyez tout au long de la journée, ils sont absolument partout. On les voit s'affairer à gauche, à droite. Ils sont l'âme de ces Jeux Paralympiques de Paris 2024. Un tonnerre d'applaudissements pour nos volontaires, mesdames et messieurs.
Just a quick shout out for all the volunteers of this Paris 2024 Olympic and Paralympic Games.
Mais oui, nos volontaires. Magnifique, les lunettes, elles sont top. On a vu Snoop Dogg avec les mêmes lunettes il y a quelques jours.
Drop it like it's hot, baby.
avec nous.
you feel it? I can feel it. Can you feel it? I can feel it. Can you feel it? I can feel it.
Mesdames et messieurs, veuillez accueillir à vos arbitres et les athlètes le match pour la médaille d'or.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome referees and fencers for the last gold medal bout of the evening.
Catégorie A, finale pour la médaille d'or.
Women's foil category A, gold medal bout.
Vos arbitres.
Referees.
Reka Balog.
Suzanne Vogt.
Virades Kotny.
Sean Shumate.
The Grand Palais is packed, the stage is set. This, the women's foil category A gold medal match. And we have Zhu Feng and Gu Haiyun, both representing the People's Republic of China. Gu Haiyun, the Paralympic champion coming into this in this event. And also the reigning world champion. She will face Zhu Feng, the silver medalist from the World Championships last year. And both of them members of that gold medal winning team in 2023. I must admit, it's looking good for the team event for both of these fencers. Gu Haiyun in that gold medal winning team at the Paralympic Games in Tokyo. Zhu Feng not actually competing in Tokyo. However, 2 gold medals to her name from the épée back at the Rio Paralympics.
Palmarès pour Gu Haiyun, championne paralympique au sabre à Paris 2024. C'était hier soir. C'est la championne paralympique en titre de Tokyo. 5 fois championne du monde. Également championne paralympique.
Hungary's Rika Balog will be in charge of proceedings, supported by Suzanne Vogt on the video. And we have Virades Kotny and Sean Shumate working as assistant referees. Their job to keep an eye on each of the individual fencers. One of the main infringements we see in wheelchair fencing is the lifting of the buttocks. They must remain on the seat, and if you get close up of the chair, you can see there's a clear perspex section at the back of the chair, just enabling them to be able to see and make that clear judgment.
Not much else different with wheelchair fencing compared to Olympic fencing. Target area is the torso, covered by that lame jacket. And the rules are exactly the same.
In the Paralympic Games in 2016.
Referee is there to decide who has the right of way with the final action. Got to hit your opponent with the tip of your sword. If you're being attacked, if your opponent has the priority, you can lean backwards in the chair to make miss, or use your blade to block your opponent's sword, and that's called a parry. If you do either of those two things, it's your priority, it's your turn to attack.
The official
Commencer le match.
proceedings over. The referee happy with the positioning of Gu and Zhou on the piste. And that is now set the distance between them. The formalities done, the referee and each other saluted. We are underway with this gold medal match.
Prise de faire attaque. Touche. Point. En garde. Prêt. Allez. Attaque. Touche. Point.
Sometimes, when two fencers from the same country are up against each other, especially in a later match, there could be a suggestion there are team orders. So far, this match looks very much the opposite. They are both going at each other in a big way.
Well, there's nothing to lose, is there, for the nation? People's Republic of China guaranteed 2 medals, whatever the outcome from this match. And Gu,
counter-attack from her on that occasion. They're going at each other, so you've got to keep on the conversation of the blades. You've got to look at which way, who's got the right of way. It's super quick. Very easy to lose your way.
Attaque, voilà. En garde. Prêt, allez. Attaque, voilà.
So Gu already has slightly changed her tactics now. Rather than go back and forth, to and fro with Zhou, she's just trying to do it in one single action. So they're leaning away from the attack, getting hold of the parry, and then quickly landing the riposte, either with a direct action or one disengage, one movement underneath the blade.
Attaque, voilà. En garde. Prêt, allez. Attaque, voilà. En garde. Prêt, allez. Attaque, voilà.
well, Gu really making Zhou really reach for it, just keeping out of the distance of the attack when Zhou does have that opportunity.
Yeah, Zhou's changed though as well now. So Zhou's trying to go off a beat attack, either direct or with one disengage, or they call a feint disengage. One line, you attack into one line, but it's a fake to draw the parry, and then you deceive that block. So it's gone into simple actions now. There's not so much of this toing and froing.
Attaque, touche, point. En garde. Prêt, allez. Attaque, voilà. En garde. Prêt, allez. Attaque, voilà.
Well, these fencers know each other so well, and
En garde.
as they are over in Europe, they will have no doubt been in a training camp, training with each other as a result of that, and you know each other's game inside out. With the same coaches, under the same training setup. It very much comes down to the athletes and their moment on the piste. Notably, not hearing any feedback or insight coming from the coaches at this point. And very little in it. Gu Haiyun did defeat her teammate at the World Championships in that gold medal match just last year. And she already has the title in this event from Tokyo 3 years ago. So you would think that maybe Gu just slightly the favourite in this situation, but just nothing in it at the moment.
No, it's interesting, isn't it? Because we were talking about world rankings perhaps not indicating, certainly with the Chinese athletes, the true picture. Gu's the world #1, so I mean, it's you'd probably favour her, but I don't think Zhou will.
Well, that was actually
allez.
a score overturned, so we were at 3 apiece, and after that video appeal,
Halte. Attaque, paré, riposte, non.
was
Remise
awarded the
d'attaque,
hit
voilà.
and taken off
En garde.
from Zhou.
Prêt.
So
Allez.
suddenly from 3 apiece, we've got a 2-point
Attaque,
margin.
voilà. En garde. Prêt, allez.
Just as you, Karen, were explaining that Gu is world #1 and maybe the favourite.
Yeah, but is it the case that Gu's just fenced a little bit more this season? Let's not forget that a lot of this part of the world,
Attaque, voilà.
China, Hong Kong, China, Korea, Japan, whilst the rest of the world perhaps had 18 months off because of COVID,
En garde.
these athletes were out of the picture for 2.5 years. So it's possible that Zhou, we haven't seen as much of her, so her world ranking is a little lower than it should be.
En garde. Prêt, allez. Halte. Prise de faire attaque, voilà. En garde. Prêt, allez. Halte. Attaque, touche. Point. En
Gu
garde.
looked like she was starting to read what Zhou's doing.
En
And then
garde.
Zhou throws in an attack
Prêt, allez.
to surprise everybody.
Halte. Attaque la remise, voilà. En garde. Prêt, allez. Halte. Attaque, voilà. En
Now,
garde.
the mind games and the strategy that you might come to a match like this when it's against someone you know so well. I mean, these fencers, on the whole, do fence against each other on the circuit. I know, Karen was saying, obviously, it's been a little bit different over the last few years, or until this Olympic build-up, Paralympic build-up as well. But when they've trained so intensely together, it's just a very different dynamic, isn't it? And it's almost like a training match, except there's a gold medal up for grabs.
Yeah, it's a tough one for countries that who are so good at a particular sport where you have, I mean, they've probably got, you know, I would say at least the same number of athletes sitting back at home watching this who could contend for a medal here.
Yes.
You see it in a lot of sports. Korea's women in archery, for example. Well, they've got a historic 10th consecutive team gold in the women's archery competition at the Olympic Games. And you know that their D team could come and do the same thing. I think when you're looking at wheelchair fencing, China are in a similar category.
Well, it was Gu Haiyun who got the medal tally off to a great start for the People's Republic of China, with a gold only 1 day ago in that sabre competition. Will she be making it a double gold after just 2 days of the wheelchair fencing here at Paris 2024? Zhou also competing in the sabre, but not making it past the quarterfinals.
Yet again, the Cat A fencers, with all their movement, shifting the whole frame around, and the volunteers coming out to get a moment in the spotlight there. 15 seconds of fame.
En garde. Prêt, allez.
Oh, you thought you'd hit. That makes a big difference.
Well, Gu will be absolutely fuming with herself for that early celebration.
Halte. Paré, riposte, voilà.
This could maybe be a bit of mind games now as well, wanting to psych out your competitor. And there's so little
Remise, voilà.
in the difference here. And that is the difference between a training match maybe and a match of this scale. A psychological element can come in as well.
En garde. Prêt, allez. Halte, attaque, voilà. En
So
garde.
staying in that
Prêt, allez.
deep attack.
Halte, attaque, voilà.
That playing that remise game, waiting for her opponent to come to and try and hit her as she goes away.
Attaque paré, riposte non, remise ne voilà.
High risk, high reward.
Prêt, allez. Attaque ne voilà. En garde. Prêt, allez. Attaque ne voilà.
Just can't quite get it on, just keeps clipping the arm.
Prêt,
And it feels like Joe is willing to keep trying the same thing. I mean, is Gu at some point going to potentially pick up on that and start to take that to her advantage?
Prêt, allez.
Well, yeah, you can't keep doing the same thing. Obviously, that's that would be crazy. But I think what she's doing is she's trying to get Gu to do something different. She's trying to get Gu to either stay in and find a parry or a post, or to come at her a bit quicker. There you go. The minute she changes, she was ready. She's... So, again, going back to laying the trap, you're constantly trying to lay a trap for someone. And Gu knew what was coming. Gu knew that was, I need to be careful because she's setting a trap up for me. Uh-oh, I've just fallen for it. Parry riposte. She's called for a video review on this one. That's too strong, surely. She could get caught up for finding the blade and then waiting too long.
And Suzanne Voigt looking like she's unsure, even with the chance to look at that video replay in real time, slow motion, and over and over again. And if they're not sure, shows how tough it is to call in real time.
The ultimate decision is down to Reka, so Reka Ballo, I should say, the Hungarian referee.
Préparation, attaque, touche, point.
Yeah, so I think you were right. You read the expression on the faces well. Definitely found a beat, but then you just saw the blade waving on the instant replay, and that was just too many changes of line to keep the right of way.
Attaque ne voilà. En garde. Prêt, allez.
I think it's going to make too much difference to the fight.
En garde. Prêt, allez. Attaque ne voilà. En garde. Prêt, allez.
Uh-oh.
Carton rouge, avant aller. 1 minute.
And that takes us to the break. A couple of unforced errors.
Oh yeah, that last mistake from Joe, pretty bad timing to just give your opponent a point for doing nothing, and then going into the break, suddenly Gu Haeyeon has a 4-point lead, and it's felt so much closer than that up until now.
Definitely agree with you on that front. She was starting to make way into the match, and I don't think the video appeal made a difference, because she came back out straight after that hit doing the same thing. She's trying to lure her into this trap, but to start early and give a hit away on a card, that's painful when you've worked your way back into the match.
Well, Zhou Yifeng knows how to perform at the highest level. She does have 2 Paralympic gold medals of her own. They are in the épée weapon. She's about to add to the collection with a foil medal. Just what colour is yet to be decided. Well, the athletes reset. Gu Haeyeon currently on 8. Zhou Yifeng trailing by 4.
En garde. Prêt, allez. Attaque ne voilà. En garde. Prêt, allez. Attaque par riposte ne voilà. En garde. Prêt, allez.
Gu with such flexibility, such range of movement. Really using that to try and stretch Zhou.
Prêt, allez.
Joe's going to have to
Remise
maybe rely on tactics, just not quite having that mobility that the 24-year-old has. Her opponent just able to maybe have a slightly larger range of movement.
Yeah, slightly ageist, but we'll put that to one side. No, I think you're right. I think it does make a difference. But then when you look at some of the athletes we've seen out in the field of play, it proves that age is less of a barrier in wheelchair fencing than it is in the Olympic equivalent. She's having to work so hard, but she's not given up at all, has she?
Well, this is a great start, isn't it, after that pause? And we said, you know, potentially the break coming at a bad time after giving that hit away, but that might have just motivated Joe. And look at this. Come back out of the break, and 3 hits to Gu's 0 in that last 30 seconds.
And we've got back into that toing and throwing, and I think you've nailed it, Heather. She's, with the movement, the increased movement, she's giving herself more of a chance. And this is why we've got all the assistant referees all around. It means that Rekha Balo can focus on the decisions in the fight itself. And referee Kothney from Thailand saying, OK, we've got a bit of safety issue here. Very baggy breeches. Joe.
I cannot change it. En garde. Prêt, allez.
So quick off the mark for both fencers on that occasion.
Attaque pare riposte.
Gu's gone almost exclusively defensive here.
Allez.
Can't see out this fight with just a one-hit lead going completely defensive. Not with another period of 3 minutes to come. Now I'm wondering whether they might have to pause this fight, and looks like the braces, the breeches have braces on them. It looks like they may not have been done up.
You can see just how hard Joe is working inside the Grand Palais. It's hot, the energy is high. And she won't be wanting this extra energy expenditure, just ruining the flow that she's been on, those 3 victories in a row. It could be the body wire that's pulling the breeches out of place. Maybe it's got caught around.
No, she's put, there's a little clasp on the braces, on the breeches themselves, and there's a little clip in there. The clips come undone. The braces have started to loosen off, so she's managed to grab hold of it and pull it tight, and that is now gone tighter up her body and over her shoulder. Just that one little thing was all it needed.
A lesson in dressing from Karim Bashir.
Well, if you want to dress in fencing equipment, yeah. I don't think anyone wants to take any fashion advice off me. Although I have been sporting a rather nice scarf here.
You have indeed, even if the temperature's maybe not quite warranting a scarf, but fashion comes first.
Style over substance.
Wardrobe malfunctions aside, it is Gu who's let her lead trickle down to just 1 point. Joe on that run of 3. And suddenly it all looks very different.
All down to the change of the movement from Joe, and Gu now decides, OK, I can't be exclusively defensive.
En garde. Prêt, allez. Attaque, voilà.
We're starting to see a few errors creeping in on both sides now as well.
Prêt, allez. Remise d'attaque, voilà.
It's turned into a bit of a scrap.
Prêt?
That's not. That shouldn't be seen as a bad thing.
It
Means that we're going to have a very interesting end to this match.
Well, it isn't really a surprise, is it, when you have two athletes who are just at the absolute top of their game, yet also know each other's game inside out. And suddenly, the more experienced Joe just taking the lead. I say more experienced. She is up against Gu, who's the defending champion in this event. Maybe just from the fact that she first won a medal at the Paralympic Games 8 years ago, as opposed to Gu's 3 years ago.
There's that staying in on the attack when it's failed to try and get the... Yeah, that's correct. And I think this could be a waste. Didn't she burn one of her videos early on, Gu? What I was saying was that Joe is staying in on the attack even though it's failed to try and get that remise. We haven't seen so many of those in this match.
Oh, look at this. Zhou Zhufeng. The point stays, and she has a 2-point lead. Oh, hang on, just not able to answer to her competitor. That's 6 hits in a row for Zhou. An absolute turnaround after the break. And as you said earlier, Karim, that Gu can't expect to just play defensive. And she's got to change something now because she has lost, well, until that moment, 6 in a row. And could this be the turning point?
No, and she started to show signs of attacking, and then isn't it funny how momentum carries you on a wave? And it's now got to the situation where Gu has to be instigating the actions at the beginning of each phrase. There you go. I'll tell you what, this is a tough fight to call as a referee. There can be absolutely no lack of concentration. I think she called that spot on. Joe's called for a review there. There's a thing called fencing time, right? That is sometimes a difficult thing to explain, but because it's almost based on every single fight, how the fight's going. But basically, if you do a beat, which Joe did do, you've got to use it. You can't, and it's a preparation and attack. So she's done the beat, she's got the right of way, but I can't sit here for 5 minutes, Heather, and go, oh, now I'm going to attack you. And that's what fencing time is. It's based on the actions in the fight itself.
En garde. Prêt. Allez. L'attaque, non. Contre-attaque, touche.
Block out there. It wasn't a missed attack, it was a blocked out attack. It was definitely a counter from Joe. And now she turns it into an attack.
Oh, look at this for a turn of momentum you were talking about.
En garde. Prêt. Allez. Attaque, Navala. En garde.
Well, are we going to see Joe just trying to play a little bit safe? No, we're not.
Yeah, you can't say anything, can you? Because you know they're going to do completely the opposite.
Well, if they're keeping us guessing, they're definitely keeping each other guessing, and that is the whole point of this, isn't it? And Gu just still very much in this match. 2 points separating them, but Joe only 2 points away from the gold medal.
Prêt, allez. Attaque, Navala. En garde. Prêt, allez. Attaque,
Just going for every opportunity
en garde. Prêt.
It's
Allez.
mesmeric, isn't it?
Halte. Attaque la remise. Voilà. En garde. Prêt. Allez. Halte.
Oh,
Attaque
that's
première.
wide. She's waiting for that one moment. She's done this a few times. Wait for the attack, missed it, stayed there, and then just quickly clipped in. She didn't have the right of way, and now Zhou has turned this on its
Prêt.
head.
Allez. Halte. Attaque parée. Riposte non. Remise. Voilà. En garde. Prêt. Allez. Halte. Carton jaune.
Oh, Gu Haeyeon is absolutely desperate to be off the line first.
Allez. Halte. Remise. Voilà. En garde. Prêt. Allez. Halte. Attaque première. Non.
She's trying to
Remise.
set up that remise again.
En
Zhou.
garde. Prêt.
Zhou does have that capacity to
Halte.
control this fight with that 3-point lead, one hit away
Remise. Voilà.
from the victory. And the crowd realise how important this next point could
En
be.
garde. Prêt. Allez. Halte.
Well, the referee there just
Focus from the right.
straight away up to have a look at the video. Crucial point.
Well, it's interesting because we just caught the referee saying, I think it's from the right. That would be from Gu. And that is what's given. Sticks with her decision. She went to look at the video. There's no need for anyone to feel anything because the fences are fine.
Prêt. Allez. Halte. Attaque. Non. Contre-attaque. Touche.
Gu is still in this fight. The defending champion is not going down without a fight.
Prêt. Allez. Halte.
Gu Haeyeon, the...
Carton.
And that mistake has just awarded Zhou Zhufang the Paralympic gold medal in the women's foil. Well, it wasn't quite how we expected to end, but Zhou Zhufang is the Paralympic champion, and she has 100% earned that victory. The gold medalist in the épée from 8 years ago, now the gold medalist in the women's foil.
From the People's Republic of China,
Yeah, a superb performance from her. She turned the fight around, didn't she? And she came out on the attack. Age is but a number. And she showed us on a number of occasions what she was trying to do with that remise attack. Yes, I agree, she wouldn't have wanted to win that on a card. But hey, if that's the way you're going to take a Paralympic title, okay, I'll have it.
Le Grand Palais, encore une fois, attention, c'est à vous. Restez bien avec nous, mesdames et messieurs, dans quelques minutes. Les cérémonies des vainqueurs.
Don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. Just a few minutes of patience before the victory ceremony.
Destination unknown.
Oui, oui, on voit les volontaires avec les téléphones et la lumière. C'est très beau, c'est très beau. Cérémonie des vainqueurs du fleuret homme, catégorie B.
Ladies and gentlemen, the victory ceremony for the men's foil, category B.
Veuillez accueillir les médaillés.
Please welcome the medalists.
Les médailles seront remises par
The medals will be presented by
Ms. Mickey Matheson, membre du conseil d'administration du comité international paralympique,
governing board member of the International Paralympic Committee.
accompagné par
Accompanied by
Mr. Kam Kowang, membre du comité exécutif de wheelchair fencing.
Wheelchair Fencing Executive Committee member.
Médaillé de bronze, représentant la République populaire de Chine.
Bronze medalist representing the People's Republic of China, Hu Daoliang.
Hu Daolong adds the bronze medal to the silvers he won in this event in Rio and Tokyo, competing at his 6th Paralympic Games. 7 Paralympic gold medals over that 16-year span, adding another medal to the collection. Back in 2021 became the wheelchair fencer from China with the most medals. No doubt he'll remain with that title, adding a medal here today in Paris.
Feng Yanke.
Feng Yanke also adding to his collection that he's already started in Paris. Gold in the individual sabre, now silver in the foil. Came in as the defending champion, gold medalist in Tokyo in the individual and in the team event. He actually beat his teammate Hu in that semi-final. They might have been wishing they would have met in the gold medal match.
Médaillé d'or et champion paralympique, représentant la Grande-Bretagne.
Gold medalist and Paralympic champion representing Great Britain, Dimitri Koutia.
Well, this man set his sights on the gold after winning the bronze 3 years ago. And he did not waver on his route to the top of the podium, winning in absolute style, 15 points to 7 to become the first British gold medalist in this event since 1964, when Cyril Thomas topped the podium back in Tokyo. Dimitri Kutya, the new Paralympic champion.
Mesdames et messieurs, si vous le pouvez, veuillez vous lever pour l'hymne de la Grande-Bretagne.
Ladies and gentlemen, please stand if you're able for the anthem of Great Britain.
Mesdames et messieurs, les médaillés paralympiques.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Paralympic medalists.
Great Britain's Dimitri Kutya onto the top step after the bronze 3 years ago. And he is flanked by Feng Yanke, the silver medalist, Hu Duoliang, the bronze, from the People's Republic of China.
Dans quelques instants, la cérémonie des vainqueurs du fleuret dames, catégorie B.
Coming up in just a few moments, Women's Foil Category B Victory Ceremony.
piece of your love. I'm calling you up to getting down, down, down. The way that we touch is never enough. I'm turning you up to getting down, down. Show me a piece of your heart, a piece of your love. I'm calling you up to getting down, down, down. The way that we touch is never enough. I'm turning you up to getting down, down, down.
What? Sorry, just quickly. What if it's
Da da da, da da da, down, down, down. Down, down, down. Show me easy, show me party. I'll be what you want. Let it physical, keep it splendid. Show me
Mesdames et messieurs, la cérémonie des vainqueurs du fleuret dames, catégorie B.
Ladies and gentlemen, the victory ceremony for the women's foil, category B.
Veuillez accueillir les médaillés.
Please welcome the medalists.
Les médailles seront remises par
The medals will be presented by
Mr. Luca Pancali, membre du conseil d'administration du Comité international paralympique.
Governing board member of the International Paralympic Committee.
Accompagné by Mr. Greg Spence, directeur de la marque et de la communication du Comité international paralympique.
Chief Brand and Communications Officer of the International Paralympic Committee.
Médaillé de bronze, représentant l'Italie.
Bronze medalist representing Italy, Beatrice Maria Vioglandis.
Well known as Bebe Vio to the fans around the world. This woman has done so much for parasport. She sprung into the limelight and she won the title 8 years ago. The celebrations that are now synonymous with the Italian. And she celebrates with this bronze medal. What an incredible athlete. She continues to be an absolute superstar in the sport of wheelchair fencing.
Representing People's Republic of China, Chao Rong.
Chao Rong actually beating Bebe Vio in the semi-final on her route into the gold medal match. She now adds a silver medal in this women's foil event to the silver medal she's picked up already at these Paralympic Games in the sabre.
Médaillée d'or et championne paralympique, représentant la Thaïlande.
Gold medalist and Paralympic champion representing Thailand, Saisuni Yana.
Absolutely on top of her game, 20 years after she first won a Paralympic gold medal. Back in Athens, she was the first Thai athlete to ever win a gold at a Paralympic Games, and she's still bringing in the medals. She has stood on the podium at all 6 Paralympic Games she's taken part in. And this is the second time on the top step for Stacey Yuliani. The gold in the sabre, and now adds this gold medal to her collection on the women's foil.
Veuillez vous lever pour l'hymne de la Thaïlande.
Ladies and gentlemen, please stand if you're able for the anthem of Thailand.
Mesdames et messieurs les médaillés paralympiques.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Paralympic medalists.
Pepe Vio insisting on congratulations the Italian way as she joins Stacey Yuliani and Zhao Rong on the podium.
Quelques instants, la cérémonie des vainqueurs du fleuret homme catégorie A.
Coming up in just a few moments, men's foil category A victory ceremony.
Mesdames et messieurs, la cérémonie des vainqueurs du fleuret homme catégorie A.
Ladies and gentlemen, the victory ceremony for the men's foil category A.
Veuillez accueillir les médaillés.
Please welcome the medalists.
Les médailles seront remises par
The medals will be presented by
Mr. Rudy Van den Haber, président de World Ability
Sport President.
Accompagné by Dr Tariq Al-Nuaimi, vice-président de World Ability Sport.
World Ability Sport Vice President.
Médaillé de bronze, représentant la République populaire de Chine.
Bronze medalist representing the People's Republic of China, Zhang Saichun.
Zhang Saichun adding this bronze medal to the collection from the People's Republic of China and his debut Paralympic Games. He came in as the world silver medalist from 2023 and 2019, but now a Paralympic bronze medalist. Still has the épée competition to go, proudly holding his Paralympic friege up to the cameras, along with that glistening bronze medal.
L'Italie.
Silver medalist representing Italy, Matteo Petti.
There was a dramatic final for Matteo Betti. He is delighted. He finished just off the podium 3 years ago. He's gone 2 places better as the silver proudly hangs around his neck. He still can't believe it.
Médaillé d'or et champion paralympique, représentant la République populaire de Chine.
Gold medalist and Paralympic champion representing the People's Republic of China, Sung Gang.
It was an absolute masterclass in wheelchair foil fencing. Sun Gang winning 15 hits to 3 to regain his Paralympic title.
Mesdames et messieurs, si vous le pouvez, veuillez vous lever pour l'hymne de la République populaire de Chine.
Ladies and gentlemen, please stand if you're able for the anthem of the People's Republic of China.
Mesdames et messieurs, les médaillés paralympiques.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Paralympic medalists.
The People's Republic of China absolutely shining in their dominance in the men's foil event. Matteo Betti joining them his first time on the podium after that fourth place finish in Tokyo.
Fermé sans sentiment, tu as tenu longtemps comme ça, à faire des petits bâtons de sang sur les murs de ton célibat. Puis si tu vois ce que tu rates, tu n'auras pas mon amour 1000 fois. Alors que le taf s'en relâche, tu pourras y revenir sans moi. Un peu de love et de tendresse.
Dans quelques instants, la cérémonie des victoires. Fleuret, dames, catégorie A.
Coming up next, our last victory ceremony for women's foil, category A.
Que de beaux jours, que de beaux gestes pour attraper le temps qui presse. Un peu de love et de tendresse. Un peu de love et de tendresse. Un peu de love et de tendresse.
C'est 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. J'ai fait du cheval tout l'été. 13, 14, 15, 16, 17.
Mesdames et messieurs, la cérémonie des vainqueurs du Fleuret dames, catégorie A.
Ladies and gentlemen, the victory ceremony for the women's foil, category A.
Veuillez accueillir les médaillés.
Please welcome the medalists.
Les médailles seront remises par
The medals will be presented by
Madame Astrid Puyard, membre du conseil d'administration Paris 2024.
Member of Paris 2024 Board of Directors.
Accompagné par
Accompanied by
Monsieur Cyril Moret, membre du conseil d'administration Paris 2024.
Member of Paris 2024 Board of Directors.
Médaillé de bronze, représentant l'Espagne.
Bronze medalist representing Spain, Judith Rodriguez Menendez.
What a special moment for this woman. She competed at an international level representing Spain as a non-disabled fencer. It was her dream to compete at the Paralympic Games, only in competing in the international circuit at the European Championships 2 years ago. It was a bronze medal in the foil this year. And now she has a bronze medal at a Paralympic Games.
Médaillé d'argent représentant la République populaire de Chine.
Silver medalist representing the People's Republic of China, Gu Haiyan.
We were treated to a very close match indeed in this final. Gu Haiyan came in as the defending champion with the gold medal in the individual and the team from 3 years ago. She has the gold in the sabre and now adding silver medal in the foil event here in Paris.
Médaillée d'or et championne paralympique représentant la République populaire de Chine.
Gold medalist and Paralympic champion representing the People's Republic of China, Zhu Chufeng.
She was first crowned Paralympic champion 8 years ago in épée, both the individual and the team. Didn't compete in Tokyo. And now this her first Paralympic gold as a foilist.
Mesdames et messieurs, si vous le pouvez, veuillez vous lever pour l'hymne de la République populaire de Chine.
Ladies and gentlemen, please stand if you're able for the anthem of the People's Republic of China.
Mesdames et messieurs, les médaillés paralympiques.
The national anthem from the People's Republic of China rings out again here in the Grand Palais. Zhou Feng leading the charge in the women's foil category A, joined by teammate Gu Haiyan after what was a very tight gold medal match. And Judith Rodriguez Menendez at her first Paralympic Games makes it onto the podium.
session d'aujourd'hui est maintenant terminée. Nous espérons que vous avez apprécié la compétition et nous vous remercions de votre participation aux Jeux Paralympiques de Paris 2024. Avant de partir, n'oubliez pas de vérifier que vous avez tous vos effets personnels. Nous vous souhaitons un très bon retour et n'oubliez pas que les volontaires de Paris 2024 sont là pour vous en cas de besoin.
This is the end of...
On day 6 of the Paralympic Games, day 2 of the wheelchair fencing, we have been treated to a wonderful display here in the Grand Palais. 4 new Paralympic champions have been crowned. The People's Republic of China remain dominant with 7 more medals throughout this session. Well, that concludes the foil event in the individual. Still 3 more days of wheelchair fencing to come.
Le comité d'organisation de Paris 2024 tient à remercier tous les volontaires pour le temps et le dévouement qu'ils consacrent à la réussite des Jeux Paralympiques de Paris 2024.
The Paris 2024 organizing committee would like to thank all volunteers for their time and dedication towards making the Paris 2024 Paralympic Games a success.
Cela à partir de 10h. Merci et à bientôt.
Once again,